Well, hello, everyone, our distinguished group of panelists. It's great to see you all.
Great to see you too.
All right, let's get started. Hey, I'm John Gertie. I want to thank everyone for tuning in, and welcome to our Songs for Justice Volume 1 webinar. And I'm John Gertie, founder and executive director of Music for Everyone. Let's start this way. Music has always been a powerful platform to highlight, frame, and spur change regarding issues related to justice and equality. While we all have a responsibility to bear witness to events around us, for musicians and artists, that responsibility is far more fundamental. It is the essence of what they do. Nina Simone articulated this well. You can't help it. An artist's duty is to reflect the times. Now more than ever, musicians and artists have the responsibility to leverage their voices to illuminate injustice and inequality in an effort to generate debate, inspire, and hopefully stimulate change. Songs for Justice is a convergence of music, spoken word, visual arts, poetry, history, as well as discussion questions into a series of vinyl 45 records that include inspiring and educational information and resources to stimulate dialogue and ultimately healing and change. These records will be released periodically over the course of the next 2 years. And each record will feature various leaders, events, narratives around an array of civil and human rights causes and issues. We hope each of these records and the music, speeches, art, and information contained in them will provide context and insight to inspire you to reflect and act upon issues related to justice and equality. Okay, before we introduce the participants, we want to thank the people and sponsors who have made this possible. And we have a special shout out to Dr. Tom Ryan and Lancaster History for their help in providing a narrative around the relevance of Thaddeus Stevens' speech in today's world. And that speech is on side B of the record. The narrative also appears in the record insert. And now to introduce the panelists. First, we have Pedro Rivera. Pedro is the president of Thaddeus Stevens College of Technology. Prior to that, he was the Pennsylvania Secretary of the Department of Education. And then prior to that, for 10 years, he was the superintendent of School District of Lancaster. Terrian Mack is a Lancaster-based recording artist who's been featured in thesource.com and tours extensively. Of course, that was pre-COVID, I'm sure. He's worked with the studios, The Heatmakers. Others who have worked with that group include Kanye West, Lil Wayne, and Nicki Minaj. He has an EP out. His most recent EP is called Babylon the Great. Jerry McGritty is a Lancaster-based multidisciplinary artist, co-owner of Pava Galleries. She's a great friend of MFE. We love Jerry McGritty. She's worked with us on a lot of projects. She's a wonderfully community-minded person. So it's great to have her here. Lee Hinton, this is an example of someone new that I've gotten to meet. Lancaster-based poet, teacher, and lecturer, is author of 6 poetry collections, including The Language of Moisture and Light, and most recently, Sing Silence. Finally, Ann Womble, executive director of the Lancaster Education Foundation. They are the community benefit organization that we are highlighting on this volume 1 record. She's been there since 2019. She's a recognized leader in local and statewide higher education policy development. So with that, let's just get right to the discussion. I want to first ask the artists, Terrian, Lee, and Jerry. Can you each talk about the role and responsibility of artists, musicians, poets, as it applies to issue of justice and equality? Terrian, you want to start?
Sure, for sure. I think it's probably one of the most important things in art, because especially like for the role of an artist, because that's your creative way of conveying that message, or like your perspective, and the power behind art can transcend between, it doesn't matter, race or anything. Like art really touches, like no matter what the art is, it touches the soul. Like that's the point of art. So I think it's extremely important, for sure.
Lee, you want to add anything?
Yes, I would say that being an artist is sort of an extension of being human. All of us should be paying attention to what's going on around us. When we see things, we should respond to them appropriately. Artists usually have some sort of gift, usually for observation, and then we take that observation and then channel it into whatever our art happens to be. So we record that in some way, whether it's music or whether it's writing or whether it's painting, we do those things. But then as an artist, we can't just stay there. We have to somehow push that out into the larger world in order to affect as many people as we can. Otherwise, there won't be any change and things will just keep continuing the way they are when we see things that are just not right.
Jerry, how about you?
Basically, piggybacking off of both artists, totally agree. Music and art for me brings the world together, brings people together. And yes, whatever we're experiencing in our day-to-day lives, you may not think about it, but someone else is experiencing that same pain, happiness, or emotion. And this is what we're here to do as artists, is to present a work of art to you that's something that you can identify, that will make you feel good or give you food for thought, and just, make a good impact on your life going forward.
Okay. One of the things, what we want to do next, though, and other folks can jump in if you want. But what we're going to do next is we'll start again with Terrian, and we're going to play a short clip from the song that this project. Side A is going to be a song, original piece by a local artist, in this case Terrian. And side B is going to be a famous speech or spoken word presentation. So what we're going to do first is ask Terrian. We're going to play a bit of his song "Believe," and then on the other side we'll get him to talk about that a little bit.
I believe in you, I believe in we. Now think about what we could do. What we could do if we just get together. We getting together. No matter the weather, we getting together. Feeling together. Lines ahead together, yeah. I believe in me, I believe in you, I believe in we. Now think about what we could do.
Terrian, tell me,
Yes.
what inspired you on that particular song, or just and why you wanted to include it here, and sort of the creative process around it and the message behind it.
For sure. So it really started as a poem like years ago. It was something that I wrote. That first line was just where it started. Just, I believe in me, I believe in you, I believe in we. Think about what we could do. It started just with that. It's like I'm thinking like around 2016, 17-ish. And like I would take notebooks with me to work and write like little things like that down, whatever lines that could turn into a song. So once I had opportunity, which was like 2018 to start recording in New York, I took that poem and just built around it lyrically, turned it into a song. The producer who made that beat, he's from Canada, and it was just the vibe of that beat with what I had already written was just, it just felt destined, really. And then once this project came to my ear, which was, like years later, 2020, it just felt perfect. Like it felt like a perfect fit. I wrote that around the time when I was like, for me, being a creative, going to a 9 to 5 is tough unless I have the 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 bigger vision of why I'm clocking in there for my kids, why I'm, keeping that there. So me writing that was really me kind of reminding myself, and then turned into a poem, turned into a song. And then I got with you guys, Music for Everyone, and we turned it into this project. So it all just really stars aligned, and it just worked out perfect.
So really, it's been 4 years in the making, right?
Yeah, for sure. Hmm.
And it's evolved throughout.
Yeah.
And is a lot of that evolution is spurred by the things that are going on around you, right, in the world.
All the time. Yep. I think that's just in that short, 1-2 lines, that I believe in me, I believe in you, I believe in we. It's so simple, but it seems like a lot of our problems, the answer to our problems are simple. That's something that's so simple, but it would take such a large scale of people to believe that. So that's why, the whole idea with the video being like hypnotizing, it was more about, trying to get into people's core with that message, something more positive.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I see Jerry's over there shaking her head, saying like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jerry, before we ask you about your inspiration we want to put your work up on the screen so folks can see it. And then we're going to ask you sort of the same question. What inspired you? Tell me about the creative process. And then, about how you want this to impact the larger community. Jerry?
Oh, I thought you were going to take it off. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
ahead.
first of all, I enjoyed, for me, it just came. As soon as you approached me for this project, it just immediately came in my head on what I wanted to do, because I'm a child advocate. And for me, the impact is basically on children, because children are our tomorrow. And I hang around a lot of boys and girls, multicolors. And the one thing I do see in them is that little shining hope of light in them, the happiness of, what they look forward to when they grow up and what they want to be. So when you came to me with this project, that's what I wanted to focus on, the boys and the girls. And the colors, boys and girls for me represent young kids. I wanted to represent them with pastel colors and the shining light of gold, because that's what I believe our kids are tomorrow. They're golds. And we need to feed them with good things. A child isn't born learning to hate. We as humans, we put that in them. So I wanted this picture to reflect the innocence of our boys and girls wanting and hoping for their tomorrow. So yeah, it just came right out. And I started off with the girl, but then I said, well, little boys need that too. And I even wanted to add a little baby, but then I felt that was a little overdoing it. But basically, I felt people would get the gist of it like that. So yeah, it's for me, it's all about the kids, because they're our tomorrow, and we want it to be a better world. We want to fight for justice to save us as the Black race. That's what, so it's all in the boys and girls. And that's what my painting, that's what I wanted it to reflect.
Yeah, I love it. But you did mention the most important aspect of this whole dialogue, I think, is that children or people they're not born with hating. We teach it to them, or they learn it through
Exactly.
adults. But by the same token, we can unlearn it too.
Right.
So that's what, in fact, that's a lot of what you guys are doing, trying to do. Well, I appreciate that. Lee Hinton, you are going to read your poem.
Yes,
That'd be great.
put it up. Okay. Until we're not. I kneel at the side of my granddaughter's bed, then fold my hands to the indifferent God of life. She takes a breath, then rests her arms on the 8-starred quilt, dark tan and textured like her elbows. We pray for her mommy, whose white lab coat tumbles in the dryer. We pray for Buddy, her orange cotton lion stuffed and forever smiling. She asks, can we pray for the mail lady in the mask who brought Buddy to the front door? Because we're all in this together. What about Miss Jan next door and her dog Minnie? And Mrs. Dodd across the street? And my best friend Desmond? After we do, I tuck her under the quilt, then kiss her head. I forgot Mr. George and Mr. Floyd, she whispers. I'll pray for them too.
God, that's powerful. Powerful. Thank you. Well, then, Lee, go ahead. Tell us what you were thinking and what, how you created this and when did that spark click and all that?
I started writing it probably somewhere around July of last year. And some of what I was hearing, and there's actually a natural tendency for me to think about the neutral observers that we have in life. Usually that's children. It occurred to me a long time ago that before we are anything, before we understand that we are, let's say for myself, that I am a Black person in America, before someone understands that they live in a particular city, or that there are even women, or that they're girls or boys or whatever they are, before we're all of that, we're children. That's the only thing we know. We're just children. And children tend to observe. And in those observations, they can sometimes make profound statements. So with what was going on, I was wondering, what are parents, what are grandparents saying to their children? Not the 12-year-olds, but what do you say to a 6-year-old or a 5-year-old or even a 4-year-old who is some kind of awareness, there's some kind of awareness of what's going on in the world because their life is different. So how do you explain COVID to them? How do you explain that you're not able to go see grandma and grandpa anymore? Or how do you explain that a policeman essentially decides to kill a person in public, seemingly not caring what happens? How do you explain that to someone who happens to be 4 and doesn't know any of these things? So in doing that, I put the poem together, and it's just a small moment, and I didn't want to be didactic and say, this is what we should think, this is what we should feel, but just to show the moment. And that's how it all came about.
All right, that's wonderful. Thank you. That was really powerful. It's interesting to note that I think it's fair to say that in all 3 of your works, in one way, shape, or the other, at the center of it seems to me to be this this issue of coming together, of building community. We're all in this together. We have to recognize each other's humanity, and that in this coming together as a community. Again, that's an example of the power and potential of the arts to bring people, to highlight these issues and hopefully inspire and bring people together. I look at diversity kind of like as you would go about, cooking a big, thick, spicy pot of gumbo, New Orleans gumbo, right? Gumbo's not very good if you only use 1 or 2 spices, So, you got to use lots of spices. And that's what makes gumbo much richer and better, better tasting. It's a lot of people coming together, bringing their talents and building a better community. It applies to community and society as well. Diversity adds value. We all benefit when we recognize. I want to thank you all, the artists, and we'll hear from you later as well. You can jump in the conversation wherever you want. But moving forward, I want to address some questions to Pedro and Anne. So side 2 of each record is going to be some sort of famous civil or human rights speech, or it might be a original spoken word piece by a local artist, or it could be some sort of legal decision that will be read by a local personality. In this case, Pedro read a Thaddeus Stevens speech that was about the importance of free public education, equal access to educational opportunity. And the reason why we like this speech is, first of all, Thaddeus Stevens, the local connection, but also at the core of MFE's mission really is the notion of access to music educational opportunities. So it really made a lot of sense for this speech, this Stevens speech. And also, of course, it made a lot of sense to have Pedro, given his extensive experience and his continued work around the issues of educational access. So please tell us, Pedro, and Anne can jump in as well, is how this speech in that context, concept applies to issues of educational access in today's world.
John, thanks for this opportunity, and great job, everyone, just teeing everything up. You know, I think first and foremost, as we went through the iterations and I read the speech and then prepared to share, and then, you know, kind of shared a couple of times, a few things hit me. And I think it even ties into, you know, what we're speaking about today. When you think of the field of education, or what is it to be an educator, you know, we like to say education is both an art, you know, and a science. I mean, the science is the delivery and understanding your craft and understanding your content, but the art aspect of education is exactly what you just you know, heard earlier today. Is how do you connect with your audience? How do you create that individualism? How do you take content and make it real life? And that's kind of what I believe really hits home with the work of Thaddeus Stevens. He believed that education was the one true pathway to prosperity. And, you know, when you think about, you know, the fact that that's what he, you know, focused on, that was his earliest fight, because for him it was a fight. And, you know, here we are, you know, almost 200 years later, still having the same conversations. And so just to set context with the speech that I read, and, you know, the fact that as a member of the state legislature in 1830s, Thaddeus Stevens led the effort to defend the creation of the new common school, which was set to provide free education for all students in the Commonwealth. And here we are, 190, you know, practically years later, and we're still having that argument. That's still the fight. How do you provide a free and appropriate education and equitable education for all of the residents of our communities, especially our underrepresented, underserved communities, for, you know, regardless of zip code, as we like to say. And to me, that's where preparing, reading, setting up, and now having this opportunity to share really hit home. Here we are, 1830s, 2001, and you can take the words that Thaddeus Stevens shared, you know, you want to create some more contemporary verbiage around it, but it's the same speech we have community advocates and educators giving today. And the fact that we have this opportunity to put it on vinyl, which is pretty cool, right? Talk about a connection, you know, of the old and the new. We have an opportunity to integrate this with spoken word, and, you know, with graphic arts, and, you know, with poetry and hip hop and everything else. It just kind of really hits home, and hopefully at some point this message will resonate, and more folks will push this issue of free and equitable education to all students, regardless of zip code, regardless of where you're born, regardless of where you've grown up, and realize that, you know, as he did, you know, hundreds of years ago, that education is that one true pathway to prosperity. And investing in education early on is a return on investment, the greatest return on investment for each and every one of our communities across the US, and especially here in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anne, you want to add anything to that?
Well, yes, a little bit. You know, I thank you, all of you for including the Lancaster Education Foundation in this initial effort by Music for Everyone. It is so entirely appropriate that the historical figure around this first album is Thaddeus Stevens. And President Rivera, I'm sure, can attest to this, but of course, Thaddeus Stevens served in Congress in the 1800s, in the mid 1800s, representing Lancaster. And of course, he's buried right here in Lancaster City. But in addition to his enormous impact in the state of Pennsylvania, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in advocating for free and fair public education, of course, when he was in the United States Congress, he was instrumental in the later passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution. So, and that goes to one of our themes that we're talking about here today, social justice and civil rights, really. 13th Amendment abolished slavery. The 14th Amendment was especially important to Stevens with the concept that it brought into the country of equality before the law. And that was a very, very important concept that finally got enacted into an amendment to the Constitution. And the 15th Amendment is really centered on the initial push and elevation of civil rights, voting rights. And so Thaddeus Stevens was enormously influential in the 19th century and really was ahead of Abraham Lincoln himself when it came to the topic of abolishing slavery. So I just, want to offer that as a little bit of background. I happen to be a history major and love this stuff, but he is certainly one of my own, American statesman heroes. And I think it's just entirely appropriate that we're using, a lot of his advocacy and the things that were important to him in this album, and all of the elements of the artistic pieces that each of you has brought to the effort, and then our larger theme of education and equality and social justice just makes this I think it's such a very exciting and appropriate and timely message and project for the Lancaster community. So thank you.
Thank you. Hey, let's follow up on that a little bit. I'm curious. So when you talk about, Pedro, you said we're talking about the same kind of things, 100, almost 200 years later. So what are some examples of real and or perceived injustices in our educational system today?
It's interesting, and I think Pennsylvania is the perfect example of this. We have some of the best and most successful schools in the country, and we have schools in the country that struggle, providing opportunities for the students that go through their system, and that's K-12, higher ed, public, private, across the board. And so when you think about this issue around free and equitable education, this issue about access regardless of race and need, those are the same conversations we are having today. I mean, we know that the community that you're born in, the zip code in which you reside, has a significant impact on the opportunities and the qualities in education you receive. We're here today having conversations around the integration of art. We're having conversations today around social justice. We're having conversations today around access to opportunities. And we know firsthand that you can be born or live less than a quarter of a mile from one of your neighbors, and the access that you have is dependent on what exists around you. And I think just to give a plug, the work of Music for Everyone. I mean, the fact that we do, and I'm extremely grateful that we rely on partners and not-for-profit organizations to kind of fill the gap. For many of our communities. I mean, I'm a recipient. I have a student that comes to our district here, and She received, one of the Music for Everyone drum lessons while on, COVID-19 social distancing. But, when you think about what education is, should we as a system have to rely on outside entities to fill the gaps of need, for arts education, for, robust, traditional general education? I mean, some could argue, yeah, and I would argue no. Every single student, whether you have a Music for Everyone or not, should have access to that level of instruction. And these are the conversations that educators across, definitely across Pennsylvania, but across, the country are having each and every day. And then, as I became, more and more oriented to Thaddeus Stevens around the inner workings of his belief and, and his work, it kind of dawned on me, almost 200 years. I mean, almost 200 years, he was having a conversation around free common schools and the argument in support of, and the argument against, a free common school is the same exact argument we are having in 2021. You'd think by now we'd have figured it out, right? I mean, the science is definitely there, the research is definitely there, the advocates on both sides of this issue are definitely there. So why is it that it's taking 200 years to make a decision around how we can best support, educate our students so that they can uplift themselves and their communities out of poverty? And that's why I think this work is so relevant.
Thank you. Hey, Anne, you're working on these issues through the Lancaster Education Foundation. Just give us an idea of how you're doing that and how you're acting upon issues of justice and equality.
Sure. The Lancaster Education Foundation is the public school foundation that supports the school district of Lancaster. Each of the public school districts in Lancaster County and most throughout Pennsylvania have an affiliated foundation, which is a relatively unknown concept to a lot of people. You don't necessarily think of public school districts as having foundations. However, ours was on the forefront of the movement to establish public school foundations back in the late 80s. And we were established under a slightly different name at that time, but same organization in 1988, and have been evolving ever since. We offer we are primarily here to support and promote student success and teacher excellence in the district, and try to be that critical partner for the district when it comes to providing opportunities both for students especially and teachers, in ways that wouldn't necessarily be able to be supported through tax dollars. So it's special programming, scholarships, supplemental kinds of extracurricular activities and programs and things like that help to round out and fulfill our mission, which is to really try to provide opportunity for all and to creatively provide opportunities for students no matter what field they plan to pursue. So we're involved from the youngest ages in, for example, providing books. Is a new project we're starting is to provide books to all second graders, all the way up through high school, where we administer and provide scholarships to students leaving, McCaskey High School, going on to any type of higher education, whether it be trade or technical school or 2 or 4 year college. So we're very proud of the work that we do. We always are looking for opportunities to expand that, and of course to bring on new friends, whether that be in the form of donors or volunteers or just people that are interested in the project of public education and really the promise that public education is supposed to be fulfilling in our society, as President Rivera said.
Mm-hmm. Right. Thank you. I want to open this question up to everyone. Okay, so feel free to jump in. All right. Can you all speak to the issue of how everyone must play a role in advancing issues around justice and equality? What would you say to challenge people to act rather than simply talk about justice and equality? Right after the George Floyd murder, everybody wanted to do something, and they did their social justice statement. But I think there's a real hunger out there for wanting to do more than just a statement or just talk about it. What would you suggest in terms of what people might do from an action standpoint as opposed to simply talking about it? Anyone want to give a shot at that?
I know this is a hard question to answer in a hard statement. And I'll be, very honest. I've been here 6 months, and I've had the, the distinction to kind of work at different levels, locally, educationally, and statewide and nationally, and then coming back home locally. And, I think, yes, there were a lot of, movements and statements made, and there's a lot of emotion, rightfully and understandably so. And I think that for me, the big issue is, that everyone should align themselves to do something. COVID-19, the disparities that were exasperated by this, the civil unrest, the injustice, the violence that is taking place, the death and the murder that is taking place, kind of forced me to reevaluate my role and want to go into a position where I can go back as a practitioner and do something, which is why I chose to be here. What do I do as a teacher, as an educator to address these issues of injustice? And I made a decision. I want to work in an organization that helps individuals get out of poverty through education. And I think, the big issue for me in this space is that everyone should evaluate what they're good at and what they do, what their medium is, and do something. And we don't always all have the opportunity to be in front of 1 million people, but we all have the opportunity to be in 1, 2, 5, 10, 100. And if we all just look to do something that we're good at to change the trajectory of our communities and our environment, that advocacy, I hope that we'll make this whole environment better, and then others can even improve these conditions that we're living in.
Well, I'd like to maybe add to that a little bit. I challenge everyone to, we're, not to get into politics, but we are in such a polarized time, as you all know, and everything is so seemingly nasty. And, I just love the fact that Terrian's song, Believe, uses that simple formula of, we tend to, it's that you, me, we. And I guess I would challenge people that might be listening to this webinar today to challenge your own assumptions and presumptions of what you think other aspects of our community are like, or other aspects of society are like, if you haven't had a personal encounter with that part of our community, or other kinds of people that you have developed some kind of preconception about. And put yourself in a place where you're experiencing different kinds of viewpoints, different kinds of people with different experiences than your own. And, there's so many beautiful things that happen within the school district of Lancaster. And the people that I have been able to meet through holding this position just for about 1.5 years. And a lot of my thoughts or perceptions, were changed in a great way just by having the encounter and learning more about certain programs or certain initiatives or certain groups of people. And I just think that's so important in challenging stereotypes and trying to break down barriers and bring people together. And the more we can get to the we of the you, me, we, I think the better off we are. And so I would just welcome you into the process of being involved in the community. And if you're interested in education, K to 12 education, give us a call or shoot us an email, and I will certainly help facilitate any kind of connection you would like in terms of being a volunteer, a classroom or any kind of ways of getting involved and experiencing the beautiful artistic and creative and expressive experience of our school district.
And I would like to just piggyback off of you, and very good experiences like that we have sometimes at Pava Gallery. Pava Gallery is one of the only African and African American galleries in Lancaster. And usually we're not open that much, we're struggling, but we're there for a purpose. And the purpose is to open our doors to those who want to come in to understand. And it's been my experience that as people walk through the doors, I see all kinds of hesitation, something that they don't know. It's different territory for them. So this is where I come in to, like you say, break down that barrier, make them feel comfortable where they can come in and look at the art, and if it's something that's puzzling them and they can't get or want to learn about it and want to understand, I'm there to teach them and teach them the history of the art and what it means, and the different backgrounds from a whole, I'm from Africa, from an African point of view, and I find that after that wall has been broken down, they want to learn more and they come back. And that for me, they say in our village, they say each one help one. So it just takes one person to pass something on to one other person. And once that other person gets it, they're going to go and tell their friend. They're going to bring their friend. And that's how, for me, that's how it starts. Just little growth produces big growth. So, yeah, changing that mindset is number one. You have to be willing and wanting to learn something new, and be willing and wanting to step out of your comfort zone, to step into a new environment and drop down your different thought processes, your different ideas, and just go in with a blank slate and learn. And if it's something that's puzzling and you don't understand, feel free to come back or ask, look it up, and learn. I think that's how it starts. And I've seen, just from being at Pava Gallery, we don't have that many visitors, but the few people that do come through, they come back and they want to know, and it's just been a beautiful growth, and I'm just happy for that.
Hey, having been to Pava Gallery, everybody needs to go. It's a cool place. It's hip.
Thank you.
I'm
Tom.
still waiting for you to get me some of those.
I'm bringing it back next month. I'll be going at the end of the month.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Anyone else want to jump in on this? Terry and Lee, you have anything you want to add?
For sure. My mind instantly went to answer your question, what could you take action wise? My mind instantly went to how just leading by example, how you move, how you talk to other people, how you talk to your neighbor, that can rub off on people to start so that they operate the same way, like she said, change, letting go of ego, treating everybody with the same level of respect. You said, so originally you said, what would you tell somebody to take action, or how could somebody take action? And I think it's simple as that, leading by example. So if you would come from a family who maybe is more judgmental, or views their perspective is totally different than yours, you leading by example could rub off on them in a powerful way. And like Pedro said, just do something, whatever it is, just do something. Whatever your medium is, whatever it is you're doing, whenever you get the chance to say something, just lead by example by constantly doing the right thing. Even I'm big on I guess kind of like narrating in my head, like to myself, throughout the day. Like, I guess kind of like checking yourself, like, like, I don't even, like, if you would run into somebody at a corner store or something, and they step on your shoe or something, random like that, like instantly, if you would snap out of, anger or frustration. What I meant by like narrating myself is looking back like, dang, did I have to react like that? Did I have to react like in a, hostile way? Like something simple as just acting in a more passionate and sympathetic way to just your neighbor it could rub off on like the whole street, and then, a continual effect of that. I just think leading by example is super powerful.
Lee, you might have something, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with so much as that's been said already. One of the things that occurred to me is that many times we don't do anything because we don't feel a need to do anything. We don't feel that we're all in it together until something comes up like COVID. And we see the consequences of deciding that, oh, well, that's just something that's over there. We don't have to worry about it. There's a Buddhist concept, although not exclusively Buddhist, in that there's an interdependence for all of us for everything. And that does mean that fundamentally we are all in this together, but we only care about that when things are going terribly. If there's a flood, we always have these great stories of how neighbors are helping neighbors, strangers are helping strangers. But if everything is going relatively well, we tend not to be concerned about our neighbors or someone 5 streets away or several zip codes away. I contend that we should be concerned about everybody all the time. A minor thing that we could do is do some of the same things that we do now, but we do them elsewhere. Many of us are parents, and we have no problems going to maybe a school play or going to our kids' concert. Well, sometimes what we could do, if we happen to live in, say, Manheim Township, why not go to that school play at McCaskey? If you live in the city, why not, instead of just putting all your energies into the city, sometimes go out of the city? If you shop only at Park City, go downtown and shop sometimes and interact with other people, say hi. When I grew up, and I was talking to a friend of mine recently, and I was saying how strange it is that when I was growing up, every single time I passed someone, and I didn't grow up in New York City, so it wasn't a burden, but every single time I passed someone, I would say hi or nod or something. And we seem to have lost a lot of that, where we don't even acknowledge that there's another person near us. If we start doing that, if we start going to places that aren't necessarily right in front of us and connect with people, we will find out that there are other people who are just like us, because we are all interdependent upon each other. I'm kind of upset sometimes when I start hearing people not wanting to pay taxes because it doesn't benefit them. But that's not why we pay taxes. I don't pay taxes for my school district just because I'm concerned about the people only in my school district, because I'm going to interact with other people from possibly all the other school districts in the country. In Lancaster County, we come from more than just Lancaster County. So we educate all of us, and we should always be concerned about all of us. So I would say, just do something you wouldn't normally do someplace else.
Okay, thank you. Hey, only one quick question. One quick question that we had a listener ask: how can we collaborate to provide more creative outlets for our young people? What can we do to increase collaboration, to provide more opportunities for our young people, creative outlets? Anyone have any thoughts on that?
There could be more after-school programs in the arts.
Right. Or
Definitely.
like studios.
Studio
yeah, for sure. Like
programs.
have the studios in the schools or something, and they can give a space that's for sure. Just more spaces, I guess. More I don't know. I guess imagine if there was like a recording studio in the rec or something, kids could work on music. If there was a visual lab in the Y or something, kids could work on, video. I guess just a creative hub for kids to create somewhere, and it be, provided by the schools or somewhere trustworthy. Yeah, that's a great idea.
One comment on that, though, okay, is we've been doing this for 16 years, almost 17 years, and I continue to be amazed and heartened by just how generous and giving and community-minded the artist community is. I mean, you're talking about things like this. You put a community center or something in a rec center or wherever, after-school program. There are so many artists who are so generous that you're not going to find. I think artists are willing and able to be a part of this if we just give them the opportunity. So, so you know what? Our time's running up. In conclusion, I want to thank everybody, of course, but in conclusion, I want to wrap up with a couple things, a couple items. Number one is you can purchase this record, Volume 1, on the MFE, musicforeveryone.org website. Volume 2, okay, is going to focus on LGBTQ justice and equality issues around LGBT community. And we're going to release that in June, okay? So keep your eyes open for that. And then I want to leave you with a quote, okay? And this is a quote from Otis S. Johnson. And he is an educator, a civic leader, and he's the former mayor of Savannah, Georgia, okay? And he said, if you believe in a cause, be willing to stand up for that cause with 1 million people or by yourself, okay? So again, I want to thank the panelists. I can't tell you how much we appreciate your work in getting this project off the ground. Of course, the sponsors for supporting this project. And also, I would be negligent as the executive director of a nonprofit if I didn't mention that, we continue to look for sponsors for this program, whether individually or your organization or a business. If you're looking for an opportunity to do something more than just a statement or just words, this is something that's concrete. This is something that you can do that's concrete in supporting this program, because it's going to go on for a long period of time. And so it's an opportunity to go beyond just words and take action. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in. And I really, really want to thank the panelists, and everything you have done has just been magnificent in terms of helping us get this project off the ground. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
you.
And stay safe out there.
Also, I wanted to, another reason I'm thankful for this, and the whole idea of this rooted from, Anne had shared a podcast in the email. And I listened to the whole thing, and it was like how much I learned about Thaddeus was awesome. Like, cause I already had some knowledge of it being, I actually worked, the reason this seems so full circle moment to me is, I worked as a houseman at the Marriott downtown. And they actually have like Thaddeus's original home inside the Marriott. Like you can tour it and stuff like that. And then they have like facts about him. And then what's crazy is underneath his home in the Marriott, there's actually like underground tunnels, and there was like pottery, all that. A lot of stuff people don't know. But back to my point from the podcast that Ann shared, it made me realize how much Thaddeus and the Songs for Justice tied together with the urgency. Like, I love the urgency of how this all came together. Like, there was, some speed bumps here or there, but I love that it got done. Like, I love the project. I love how much it correlates with Thaddeus and what he was about. So that's why I was saying thank you, because the opportunity is awesome. We all got together for something super powerful. Artwork is powerful. Um, the words are powerful. We're all powerful ourselves in our minds, and that we're all on the same frequency. We're all on the same ideas right now. That's huge, period. So I wanted to thank you and Music for Everyone for getting this together.
So
I will add, if you don't mind, Fighter for Racial Justice by Bruce Levine. So very timely. It's a very readable biography. And I noticed in the chat that one of our listeners said, you know, it seems like we don't know enough about Thaddeus Stevens here locally. And it would be a good thing to revive and celebrate a lot of his accomplishments. Because as I say, he was enormously influential as an American statesman in the 19th century. He had a big influence on actually 4 presidents. We think of him associated with Abraham Lincoln, but his legacy extended even through being a House impeachment manager against President Andrew Johnson in the late 19th century. So he was incredibly influential.
Okay.
Well, my son is a graduate of Thaddeus Stevens, and he's doing wonderful. And I really like the work that they're doing with the children at Thaddeus Stevens. Thank you.
Amen.
Hey, I want to get back to Terry real quick. Terry, I really appreciate those words. But you know what? We've done good things so far, but you know, we got a lot more work to do, you know, and we plan to do it. We plan to you know, put our nose to the grindstone and continue to build this project brick by brick over the course of time. One last thing about that, when we first conceived of this project, right? And it came together really quickly. It's come together in about 8 months or so, is we were thinking that we would just do an album with, you know, 10 or 12 songs on it.
Oh,
And we
wow.
started thinking about that. We said, you know what? That's like a one and done thing. We came up with this idea. Well, you know what? Let's do 8, 10, 12, whatever it is, whatever it's going to end up, a series of single records and release them periodically, you know, in conjunction with important dates of civil rights, you know, events and things like that. And that way we can stretch the dialogue out, you know, over the course of time. And, you know, who knows, at the end of the day, if we can continue to get community support, and maybe this is something that goes on beyond 2 years or 8 or 10 of records, because it's not like these issues are going to go away. So we feel really good about it. Y'all have helped us get off to a wonderful start, but we still got a lot of work to do. And we're looking forward to hopefully getting more and more people in the community to come together around this project. Because again, like that gumbo, the more spices you have, the more people involved, the more powerful and impactful it will be. So again, thanks so much, everyone.
And thank you, John. Thank you for all you do.
Right. Bye. Be safe out there. as superintendent. of the School District of Lancaster.